morning. Happy Friday. We're going to get into some things today. Some of it might be controversial. But we know I don't care. I'm going to step into it. Because I got something to say about it. Good morning, good morning. Keep liking the live, guys. Share the live. Oh, and I learned something new yesterday. If you're going to share it one person at a time, because it doesn't get credit if you send it to 5 people at once. It all looks like it was one share. TikTok is slick, boy. Yeah, I have some opinions on some things. Specifically, the alcoholic Lisa Richards. Like, when are we going to learn, people? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different outcome. Who was disrespectful? Don't block them until I get to see what they say. Because I like to talk back. I'm not afraid. Don't be in a bad mood. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for... I always say... Tap the screen until you see the heart, and then you'll see the heart's tail. Fill it. It's about 85 clicks. And then take a break. So if everybody's filling the heart tail every few minutes, it will prevent getting banana. It will make sure that the live stays on the FYP. The algorithm will recognize it. And because I'm about to talk about some stuff people probably aren't going to like. And just like on Wednesday, they're going to report me. As if that makes a difference. Oh, and by the way, I have a backup account. It's Digital Deceivers. I think it's DIGDEC Expose. Oh, I'll tell you in a second. Hold on. There we go. Nope, it's the whole word. This is my backup page. Digital Deceivers Expose. Please follow it. Because that way, if for some reason this live were to ever get shut down, or, they give me a strike for 7 days, whatever it is, I'm still going to go live. I'm just going to go over there and do it. One monkey don't stop no show. Oh, and please follow my YouTube. I'm behind on posting. Give me a minute. I'm still learning how it works over there. But go subscribe over there, because I thought about it. And remember when TikTok was going to go down and I was like, well, I don't know where I'll go live. because I don't know where the scammers are going to be, I thought it's probably better if I go live on YouTube than having people follow me, trying to follow me everywhere, figuring out where I'm going to be. So I still have all of those accounts. If TikTok does go down, I will spend a lot more time in those other accounts because that's where the scammers are going to go, let's be honest. But I can still listen, I can still do my research there and then go live on YouTube. So I think you still trying to figure it out. Yeah, it's different. Okay. So we got up to the required number. Let's get to talking about the people on the page. So we have Lisa Richards, Brian Ty, Kesha Smith, Lash Tech Erica, and I put Lash Tech Erica because sometimes people think when they see Erica that it's Erica Wilkes. Nope, this is Lash Tech Erica, Kiki, Quay +8, which should be Quay +9 now. True Knowledge, I said I was going to back off, but we're back. Somebody y'all might not know, Queen Bossy and Fatty. Yeah, he came back dry begging yesterday. I said as long as he wasn't doing the same thing, I was going to back off. Frankie, I don't know. Good morning. Oh, I love the hearts. All right. We might as well start with her, because y'all know how I feel. Please buckle up. Ha! It sure is. Now, as usual, she comes on claiming that she has no way to get to the clinic. She's using this new account that seems to have the flowers, a woman dancing, Lisa something, and then flowers after it. Like, I need to build up this account. Now, I don't know if the Lisa Boo Needs Help got bananas, and that's why she's over there. But I don't care where she go. I'm going to beat her. Of course, she has no way to get there. This is the thing that cracks me up about her. How many times has she said, I'm going to get a bus pass, but never does it? Not a single time. And it's my understanding that her clinic can help her with a bus pass, that she has Medicaid. If you call in advance, Medicaid will give you a ride there and back, right? And because it's a daily thing, she literally can call one time and say, I go to a clinic every day. I want to be there at 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning, whatever it is. And every day there'll be a van, an Uber, whatever they have to do to get her from point A to point B and from point B back to point A. Now, when her father was able to take her every day with no problem, okay. Because sometimes the service is annoying. Your appointment is at 7. They come get you at 5:45 in the morning. So you might have to wait a while. And then when you tell them I'll be done by 8, they might not come till 8:30, 9 o'clock. It's not convenient. But it's free. And it's consistent. Now that your daddy is ill, why won't you do that? But this is what I also love. She always comes on and quote unquote waits until it's an emergency situation. So she waits until getting $7 to be able to take the bus back and forth isn't a viable solution because she needs to get to her appointment. But I suggest that she's already been, and that what she really wants is $30 for an Uber so that she can get her rock. Oh, thank you for joining the team. I appreciate it. That is what I believe is truly happening. Because her dad will bend over backwards to get her there. If you know that your dad is too ill to take you, why wouldn't you get up early enough to take the bus? Then you only need, what did she say? It's $3.75 one way, something like that. But $10 will get you there and back. But no, you wait until it's the last second and then need Uber money. Who are you to demand Uber money to get to an appointment you know you have to be at in advance? It's this heart, or no, not heart. It's a flower, a lady dancing, Lisa, and a bunch more flowers. I tried to make it look like that, but you know. Yeah, they did say it's a 15-minute walk. And as much as she walks around to get her rugs, she could walk there and walk back. Correct. Good morning. The whole point of going to the store, she's not going inside. Maybe to get some cigarettes. But she isn't going inside for all this food she claims. Right, I said that. She does absolutely get a free bus pass. She can get a free bus pass from the clinic. She can get a free bus pass probably through Medicaid. But Medicaid will pick her up and drop her off for free. She does not need your money. Nope, no insurance. So you want me to believe that she is getting her mats and she doesn't have insurance? Sonia, DM me those names. I'm not familiar. So on the 12th, she came on a little after 4 o'clock saying that she just needs $6 to go to the store. And she was like, so many of you have Chime. She was like, if you give me the money, I'll take you inside when I get the food. When has Lisa ever taken us anywhere to show us that she's spending the money on the thing she asked for? Ever. I have never seen her take us into the store. I have never seen her open up a hoagie and eat it in front of us. Never. But she throws that out there because she's hoping that it'll make somebody never. Thank you for the follows. Never seen her eat a single thing. She gets no food stamps. But how is she getting her mats without insurance every day? Of course it doesn't, Tutor. Of course it doesn't make sense. Good morning, all for one. Then of course she gets hot and she's like, I'm taking screenshots so I can start blocking people on all my pages. I have never heard of anyone coming back and being like, she blocked me because I didn't send her money. And people were sending her messages telling her to reach out to Kim. Now, let me explain why. If you weren't here on Wednesday, when Lisa had the bad interaction with Nicole, which I've already told you I think was a setup, Kim jumped in the box and was cursing Nicole out with Lisa. It was obvious that they still communicate. There was no hesitation in their combined disgust of Nicole. And the only reason why Lisa would still be friends with anyone is if they're funding her lifestyle. But Kim gets to pretend that she doesn't do it so she can keep her new fans from awareness communities. And she gets to stay in Lisa's life. Just don't say anything. But you gave yourself away, ma'am. Oh yeah, Cindy. Her Billy Badass cracks me up. How are you being like, what are you going to do to anybody that's in your life not giving you money other than blocking them? And let me say this, and I've said this multiple times. If you have been a supporter of her and she's threatening to dox you, let her do it. Now, may you get dragged by people because you are literally funding her rug habit? Yes. But she can only dox you one time. And then it's over and done with. So let her do it. And then you can get off the merry-go-round. But let them do it. Let her expose you. Oh, thank you. Welcome to the team. I appreciate it. Let her tell everybody your full name and your TikTok handle. It only has the effect one time. And then you can get off her roller coaster. Then you don't have to worry about her threatening to dox you because she's done it already. Put your big girl pants on. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. It lets me know that you think that I bring value to your morning. And I appreciate y'all getting up early to be here. Let her do it. That really pissed her off. And she said it's her real life and it's our entertainment. So we can't send $6 for her to eat. And then she cuts it off. And she only cuts it off when she gets the money. Let's be very clear. Thank you. Welcome to the team. So now we're at the 13th. It's about 8:30. And of course she needs to get to the clinic. And what did she say? She said that she was on the phone with Kim. I don't know if she's live or not. She was on the phone with Kim at 3 a.m. And Kim told her that when her boyfriend left for work, she would send her the money and she'd be able to Uber to the clinic. Now at 3 a.m., if she sent you $15, $10, you would have been able to get on the bus, go to your clinic, and get on the bus and come home. But no, she wanted Uber money then. And when I call it Uber money, I'm using air quotes. Uber money, hoagies, code words for rugs. She can't say that because people wouldn't send it. Some people probably would, but in general, she knows. And she could get banana. TikTok will take that account faster than she can move her head left to right. They do give bus passes. But Ubers, every time she has to go somewhere, the Uber is around $25, $30. Just enough to get enough rugs to get through half the day. Now, let's remember when she first went to her dad's, and this was around Discord time. Remember when she claimed she was walking to and from a meeting? I think an NA meeting. That's true. Medicaid does give you a car allowance if someone else takes you, for sure. But remember, let's go back to that time when she was walking around. Oh, Lord. Ash K, congratulations on your recovery. And yes, a lot of people who were on the wrong side at one time never did the nonsense she's done. But remember, she claimed she was walking back and forth to the NA meeting regardless. And because people were so invested in her getting well, they were sending her Uber cards and money like crazy to quote unquote Uber her back and forth. Welcome to the team. It was all a lie then, and it's all a lie now. Please, why can't y'all go to sleep? Uh-oh. I don't know if you can hear White Sox, but he's whining. So she's going off on Kim. Now remember that. Yep, that's White Sox. Remember that. She said that Kim hung up with her and then blocked her number. And of course, now we're talking about how bad our mental health is. I don't doubt that her mental health is off. She's been doing this for a really long time. But she's an addict. And addicts will use anything to get what they need. So a lot of us have mental health issues. So she says it because she's trying to get you to connect with her. Then she said she got really bad news yesterday. What was the news? That you didn't show up in court and so your rights got terminated? I don't know. That I'm speculating. But what was the bad news? Because we know you had court and you didn't show up, which is why she was raging the morning before. And then she actually had a nerve to say, I don't like coming on here, but I don't have a choice. I don't have enough money for a cigarette to go to the clinic or food. Ma'am, why is that our problem? Why is any of that our problem? And what's funny is she'll say, it's not your fault, it's not your problem, but I'm just hoping for some kind-hearted people. No, you're looking for suckers. Because kind-hearted people would have stopped funding your BS a long time ago. Then she talked about how a lot of people have signed up for Chime using her link but won't send anything to her. And she was like, and I haven't gotten anything. Because remember, she made the announcement that if you sign up, she gets 100 and you get 100. But then someone corrected me on Wednesday and said, only if they get direct deposit. So she's like, it would be my luck that the person has to sign up for direct deposit. She's like, I'm not getting anything for the referrals. So why would they do that to me? And then all of a sudden, oh, my back hurts. Oh, my back hurts. So, again, she's asking for $27. Always between 20 and 30, y'all. And now she's using the excuse that she has to get there for counseling. And if she doesn't make it, they're going to kick her out because she's missed so many days. When has Lisa missed a day? When has she missed a day? But I thought you had counseling 2 days ago. Thank you. I thought you had counseling 2 days ago, ma'am. So now you got counseling again? Because then remember the other day, she was like, and if I don't get it, y'all are going to see what I'm going to do. Why is your addiction going to affect us? No, she said that she's had a couple of jobs, but when she was with Big Cole, it was her responsibility to take care of the kids in the house, and he worked and made good money, and then y'all got high together. Nick's journey. No, I have personally never been in active addiction. But I have been in a relationship with someone in active addiction. And he made bad decision after bad decision. You want to know what kind of bad decision he did? I was working overnight. So I would go to work, I would come home, I'd sleep all day. So I asked him to take care of the bills. He was a barber. That's how we met, because he was my son's barber. He was supposed to take care of the bills. I wasn't supposed to worry about it. Guess what happened? I lost my house because he was using the mortgage money to get rugs. And because he was there when the mail came, all of the letters, they even took me to court. I didn't see any of it. So no, I personally have never been in addiction, but I have suffered at the hands of someone who was. And I worked in healthcare for over 20 years. And we had a mental health and addiction service. And I spent a lot of time with them. Oh, wait a minute. What did Kraken say? Understand but show some grace. Why would I show grace to someone that's taking advantage of people on this app? Well, welcome in, Kraken. Why would I show grace to someone who has taken advantage of the elderly, seniors, mothers? Why? Grace is going to put her in prison or 6 feet under. So, no, there's no grace. Now, do I want her to get well? I absolutely do. But the only way, as we've seen, is if everyone lets her hit her rock bottom. Everyone, including her parents. You will be judged the same? Okay. That's fine. What I do is I am trying to prevent the people who fund people like her, regardless of addiction. So I don't just talk about addicts. Let's be clear. I talk about anybody that I think is taking advantage of their audience. She just happens to be an addict. And I am trying to get people to see the patterns so that they understand that they're being taken. So you are absolutely welcome to stay. You are absolutely welcome to your opinion. This is mine. When Lisa was on Kim's Discord, and I think Kim is deplorable, let's be clear. The first time I went up, the only thing I said to Lisa was that I hope she was actually going to go to rehab. But she needed to cut ties with Kim Because when she goes to rehab, none of the people who have been supporting her will be there with her. It is time for her to put her big girl pants on and take care of her business. And then I said to her, and if you do, when you come back, your recovery story will be amazing. And I hope that for you. And then I turned to Kim and told her that she owed everybody an apology as well. That she helped Lisa lie. She created fake bus passes for her. She muted the truth, muted people who asked questions. I hold her equally responsible for the time that she was helping Lisa. She didn't like it and she dropped me. So miss me with the, I'm judging her. No, it's not judgment. I'm telling people the truth and the reality of the situation so they don't get taken advantage of. Because let's be clear, and I've been saying this for the last couple of days, it is not the rich and wealthy who are funding her. It's the old lady living on a Social Security check, prepared to use her last $20 so Lisa could go get high. But I'm supposed to show her grace? I show her grace in the sense that I absolutely want her to go get well. I do not want her to end up locked up. I do not want her to end up 6 feet under. And you want to know why? Because she has children who love her. She has parents who love her. But the only way it stops is if the money stops. So when it comes to the money, no, there'll be no grace. When she's ready to actually step foot in the rehab that has been laid out for her with everything taken care of, all she has to do is walk across that door, the door frame. Then she will have my grace. Until then, no. I don't just talk about Lisa. And one of my problems is that anybody who talks bad about her, claims to help her, the entire community jumps on them. Jumps to them and starts sending them money, them gifts, blowing up their accounts. Those are people doing it for clout. I am trying to prevent people from jumping on that bandwagon as well. If you have been here 2 days ago, I talked about how I felt like Nicole set her up. Nicole started it. Nicole swung a metal rod at her and then went in the house and went live and cried about it. Ma'am, if you started, you got to be prepared to accept the consequences. And the fact that you're like, she did that in front of my son, you did that in front of your son. So I don't just knock Lisa regardless of what happens. If I feel like somebody is doing something that's wrong to her, I will call them out as well. So stick around for a little while. See what I do. That's not important to her. What's your name? Sharon. Nothing is important to her right now other than making sure she gets money for her next hit. I couldn't either. but there's a way to handle it. I know she said that Lisa was threatening her. Think about this, because I was having this conversation with somebody last night. Imagine this. You have a woman in active addiction who is on live threatening you every day for several days. You have your baby boy with you. In my opinion, if there's somebody threatening me and I see them, I'm doing two things. If I can get my baby in the house, I am. Because if she's threatening me and I think that it's serious enough that I need to confront her about it, I don't want my baby boy there, because if she's going to do something to me, who's to say she wouldn't do something to him? We are talking about a woman in active addiction. She could have also, when she saw Lisa coming, drive around the block a couple of times to avoid her, to protect her child. She did none of that. She didn't rush her son inside. She, in my opinion, made up the story that she had to lock up her dad's toolbox. Why was it unlocked? You were just going to pick up your son from school, right? And isn't it convenient that you had a metal pole? But remember this. Nicole said she ran from her. So what did you need to swing at her for? Why was the tools unlocked? But again, if somebody is threatening you and your baby boy is with you, why would you put him in danger? I know why she parked there. That's fine. Sarah, okay, right? Listen to me. That is 100% fine. You want to confront her and it's regardless of who's there and when. Do not then come to the internet and cry that she did that in front of her son. Why do I need her in here to defend herself? For what? Well, she pretended to cry. She was like, when I cry when I'm this mad, I scare myself. Miss Hershey, you must not know her new accounts. Look, they're right there. She's here every day, multiple times a day. I'm sorry if you haven't seen her, but I get to watch her multiple times a day. Stick around, Miss Hershey. I go live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'll update you on about 9 people every day that I go live. I try to make sure I get to 9. But she does. She cries with no tears. Oh, I can't believe she did that in front of my child. You started it on that occasion. I'm not saying that Lisa should get away with threatening her. Absolutely not. Would I have confronted her? Probably. But would I have done it in front of my child? No. Shells, Lisa didn't start it on that day. Nicole did. We all heard it. If you were in the live, you heard her yell at Lisa, "Stop threatening me." And when you are dealing with an addict, especially one that is quick to pop off, if your concern is your son's safety, you get your son to safety first. And if you want to come back outside and confront her, be my guest. But you don't get to start it in front of your son, knowing she's going to react, and then come back to your live and say, I can't believe she did that in front of my son. I have already equivocated that Lisa was threatening her. But if you feel threatened, why would you put your son at risk? If you feel threatened, if you believe that what she is saying could put you and your family in danger, why would you confront her in front of your child? And she's like, well, I've made reports and I'm sick of nothing happening. But they told you that a lettered organization in this country is investigating her. So keep making reports. You have said that they've told you it is out of their hands. There's nothing that they can do because it has gone to a higher agency. Do I think Lisa should threaten her? No. Is living near her annoying? I can't imagine how annoying it would be. Even if I thought her threats were empty, if I thought her threats were empty, I probably wouldn't confront her. Who cares what she says on the internet? You're that thin-skinned? She's an addict. She's going to say whatever she needs to say. So then you had to believe that there was truth behind what she was saying. So if you believe that she was prepared to attack you in some way, why would you stop with your child there? She was on a different account yesterday crying for money. Who, Nicole? I wouldn't doubt it. And like I said on Wednesday, how did Nicole's account get popping? Anybody remember? Because I do. Her account was popping when she ran up on Lisa while Lisa was outside being loud begging. Good morning. And whenever she needs her gifts to go up, she needs more followers, she needs her lives to pop, it's about Lisa. She ran up on Lisa. Lisa was outside being loud, begging. She was sick of hearing it. She ran up on her and told her to shut the F up and told her father she's out here begging on TikTok for money. We were all there for that. And what did she do? She went home and jumped on live and everybody ran to her account. Oh my God, I'm so happy you confronted her. Oh my God, I'm so happy you confronted her. And everybody who has anything to do with Lisa, whether good or bad, gets followers. And what I'm asking you to do is separate your feelings for Lisa with the facts of the situation. I don't think she doesn't have the right to threaten anyone, Nicole included. Thank you for the gift. And just for the person who said that she should be in here to defend herself, I tried to go in her live and get in her box. She ignored me. And then later tried to pretend like she was looking for me so I could get in the box. So on Tuesday, when it happened, I didn't ask to get in the box because I knew I'd be ignored. So I asked the question in the comments. How can you be concerned about your son if you started it? And I got muted. So I asked her, I gave her an opportunity to answer my question. Why did you start it if you were concerned about the safety of your child? I got muted. We obviously didn't want to talk about that. So Bella, she confronted Lisa because she said Lisa has been threatening her in her life. But she was with her child at the time she confronted her. And apparently Lisa made steps towards them. They were arguing, they were cursing each other out. And Nicole admitted that she picked up a metal pole and swung it at her. She also said that Lisa ran away. Lisa said Nicole ran away. Either way, they went separate ways. Somebody ran, they probably both ran a little bit. My problem isn't even the confrontation. That's not my problem. My problem is that then you went live and told your audience you can't believe she did that in front of your child. You earn at least 50%, I'd say 60% of the blame for what happened that day in front of your child. You started it that day. In front of your child. So if you want to come back and say, I'm angry because I really wanted to hit her and I couldn't, and I'm mad because I'm sick of her, okay, fair enough. That's not my problem. My problem isn't the confrontation. My problem isn't her being hyped up after the confrontation, because I get it, right? But miss me with the I'm a mother, I was being a mother bear protecting my child. If you were concerned about your child's safety, you wouldn't have said anything. You would have driven around the corner to avoid her because your child was with you. Oh, okay. What's your name? Stay in your lane. That's fine. But then you don't get to dictate the other person's response. That's the thing. If you confront somebody, you have to be prepared for them to respond. You don't get to confront somebody and then say, my son is here, you can't say anything back. That is not how the world works. And has she confronted the wrong person? Who knows what could have happened to her and her son? So again, miss me with the fake, I was concerned about my child. Not enough. Not enough. You didn't tell him to go run inside because you knew you were going to confront her. You were cursing her out the way she was cursing you out. You actually picked up a weapon and swung it at her. Self-admitted. She said it, and she said she told the cops she did it. So fine. Fair is fair. But miss me with the, oh my, I can't believe she did that in front of my son. My son was there. Miss me. Miss me. Yes, this is Lisa. Correct. The weapon in front of her. She picked up a metal rod, not a pew-pew. She picked up a metal rod. Yes, they're neighbors. Correct. Everybody knows that how Lisa reacts. She pops off first and asks questions later. I'm sure the video is out there. But let me tell you also why I'm going so hard. Let's just talk about it. Where is it at? Oh. Everybody been following Blue Eyes the last few days? In my opinion, Nicole says she wasn't yelling. Of course, right. She was screaming because we heard her over the phone. In my opinion, Patsy is the alcoholic Lisa. Now, why do I say that? She hasn't asked for a dime. She hasn't asked for a dime. But she clearly has issues because she is drunk out of her mind and she keeps going live. It doesn't matter what time she gets on live. She's drunk out of her mind in front of her 11-year-old son. And she's a liar. I will open the boxes later. It's open mic Friday. I will open the boxes. So save whatever it is you want to say. Miss Sassy, I do know what her trauma is. And I know what her trauma is because she's told us all multiple times. I'm not even knocking her. But everybody is doing with her what everybody did with Lisa. You are trauma bonding with her. And you want her to get help more than she wants to get help. You can't want someone else to get help more than they want it. You offer it. I'm not saying she should be bullied. I think people should be kind. I tell everybody all the time, bullying gets you nowhere. You may not like what somebody's doing, but bullying doesn't get you anywhere. But this woman has had the police and ambulance called on her multiple times. And yesterday, I happened to be there when they showed up. And they called because in her drunken stupor, she fell and hit her face and her mouth was bleeding. And they are so sick of being at her house that they came in and was like, yeah, we got another phone call. You want to go to the hospital? And she's like, no. And they were like, that's what she says every time. And they were like, what's up with your mouth? And the girl that was with her, her neighbor, was like, oh, she fell over. She was laying on the floor, sleeping. And I understand why people were concerned. Because she could have alcohol poisoning. She could literally stop breathing. And she's doing all of this on live. And why? Because y'all are giving her the attention she's seeking. She's hurting and she's seeking attention. She's not even seeking money. She's seeking attention. Why would she stop if she's getting the thing that she wants? And when I tell you this girl goes live at any time. I think she went live at like 3 this morning. drunk out of her mind. Last night, she was door dashing herself more alcohol. The night before, they said she door dashed herself $140. And I promise some of that was alcohol. A lot of us have been through the things she's been through. And a lot of us understand that she is trying to dull the pain. My problem is that people need to stop trauma bonding with strangers on the internet. Offer her the assistance. I think it's fantastic that they got her son out of there. She's lying to everybody saying that he's 16 and he's 11 and she expects him to be a grown man. She actually goes and gets him to curse out the audience. He's a child. She speaks to him like he's a grown man and then uses the excuse that she's from the South. That has nothing to do with it. She's a piss poor mother because she's drinking constantly. There is no way to be a good active mother if you are constantly drinking. She said he's homeschooled. Why? Because that requires less effort on her part. Right. She was saying, he's here. And literally, she got her other device, called her mother, and did you hear what her mother said when she first picked up the phone? Oh, you're drunk? Okay. Her own mother is tired of the BS. And then she proceeds to tell her mother that they took her baby away. She wished she could hug and kiss him. She might be able to see him if the uncle comes over. That it was the people on TikTok that got her child taken away. We all heard it if you were there. Her mom's like, I'm at work. I gotta go. They get off the phone. She comes back to the device that she's live on and starts letting people in the box. And I can't remember who it was. It was a gentleman first and then ladies after that. And they were trying to say to her, we know your son isn't there. And she was like, yes, he is. He's in his bed sleeping. And they were like, we heard you call your mama. And she acted like, no, I didn't say that to her. She actually called her mama back, but mama don't got time. Mama's at work. She's still lying about his age, even though we heard her give his date of birth to the officers or EMS, whoever was there. So we know he's only 11. Correct, Lauren. You can offer her the assistance. You can offer her the resources. She has to be the one to take it. And this is what floored me. You want to know why I was late this morning? Thank you for joining the team. You want to know why I was late this morning? Because as I was turning on my live, I saw that she was still live. Right? She was asleep, snoring. And she still had 70-something people in the live. Why are y'all still there? I understand when everybody was like, we need to figure out something better for the son. The son is now gone. So what joy do you get out of listening to an alcoholic sleep off her alcohol at 6 a.m? And I said it is crazy that 70 plus people are in here listening to a woman snore off her alcohol. Yeah, she was live at 3 something this morning because I happened to be awake. I couldn't sleep last night because I was worked up about what I was going to talk about this morning. I couldn't even sleep. I'm going to get a good nap after this live, though. What in the world do you get out of sitting in a live listening to her snore? Somebody has to make that make sense to me. Really? I wouldn't doubt it. But you want to help her. I said yesterday in the live, everybody needs to stop making comment after comment after comment. Do you realize that the engagement that you're giving, TikTok sees, the algorithm sees as a good place to send more people? I said, stop commenting. You're building her platform for her. But, people don't got to listen to me. It's just my opinion. Why would more people need to be in a live listening to a woman drunk lie over and over and over again? She should have 3 people and that's it. I listen because I'm trying to bring the awareness to the community that follows me. I've never had addicts on my FYP, no matter what I comment. You're fortunate. You're fortunate. My algorithm takes me from one scammer to the next. But that's what I do, and so I'm not mad about it. It's why I have another account where they're all blocked so that I can enjoy TikTok. And they were in there, I'm so glad she's getting some rest. She probably needs it. Let me tell y'all something. She goes to sleep drunk, and when she wakes up, oh, he wasn't there because we heard her on a phone call with her mother tell her mother that they took him. And then she came right back to the phone and argued them down that he was there in bed asleep. And they said to her, but usually when you're live, you go in there and wake him up so he could come and curse us out. That's good mothering. And yeah, she also said to the mother that they were giving her a week to clean her house. And she was like, Mom, my house isn't dirty. The fact that there are feces on your 11-year-old son toilet and you haven't cleaned it up because he should. First of all, it's clearly dried up now. And she's like, that's his bathroom, but you're the mother. Sarah, I don't believe jack that she says, because when I first started watching her, she said that her husband was in the military overseas. And so I was like, yeah, I could understand somebody drinking. That was before I heard her trauma. I was like, yeah, I could understand somebody drinking if their husband is overseas. You don't get to see them. You're hoping that they're safe. I get it. But because she lies about so much, I don't believe nothing now. I don't believe a single thing. But I am bringing her to your attention not because she's a scammer, but because people have to stop trauma bonding with everybody on this app. You guys are getting so invested that you're probably ignoring what you gotta do because you want her to get well so badly. Do you think that the people who love her haven't tried? And now, don't get me wrong, we should try too. There was a wonderful young lady who was in recovery, and she helps people get to recovery. It's what she does. She came in. First, she asked her how she was doing. And Patsy was like, you are the first person to ask me that. You know what that told me? She's a professional. She knows what she's doing. She told Patsy, I'm going to DM you. You can get my Facebook. We will talk. I will give you my number. And I will be of assistance to you. And Patsy said, okay. And you know what she did after? She got down. She didn't stay up there for hours trying to convince her of a damn thing. She was excellent. And as y'all know, I pay attention to everything. And what I noticed was that the professional didn't stay. She didn't ask her a million questions. She didn't well, when are you going to go? How are you going to go? What are you going to do with your son? You need this and you. She didn't do any of that. She said, here's my information. Up to you. Because she knows, as a professional, that the person has to want it. The night before, she told, I think her name was Christine, that she knows she has a problem and she wants help. And everybody was like, that's the first step, acknowledging that you need help, which is true. But by the next day, you could have thrown that out the window. She didn't want to talk about that at all. She was like, yeah, I remember saying it, but, and? Now, we never give up on anyone. I don't care if they are on their last leg. Everybody has the right to have a decent life. She deserves to get mental health services to deal with her trauma. She deserves to get actual medication that may help her. Alcohol is not helping, but it feels good and it's easy to get. And you don't have to see a doctor multiple times to get it. But please stop platforming these people who need help. You're only growing her audience larger. Right. It's on every corner and it's legal. And it is even what's crazy is alcohol is legal but weed wasn't. Make that make sense. Fanny, I do what I do. And if you are uncomfortable with it, if you don't like it, you are certainly welcome to stay. I'm not going to block you. I'm not going to boot you. But if you really don't like it, swipe, baby. Swipe. I bring attention to the things that I think shouldn't be going on. How can I talk about it if I don't show the people who I'm talking about? It's too much contradiction because I say that she deserves to get well, but I don't think that we need to trauma bond with her. Okay, Fanny, you are welcome to your opinion. Let's move on. True knowledge. I told y'all a couple of weeks ago, I was proud that he seemed to be making good steps. Oh, baby, she was famous before I talked about her, okay? It's not me making her famous. Trust me on that. That was my first time talking about her. Yes, he is back to begging. And I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about him because he needs what he needs, right? So he has this car and he knows that it's on its last leg, but he needed it because he was trying to move from point A to point B. I get it. And I came here and said, I'm not going to talk about him because he's making good moves. But yesterday, when he was trying to leave work, apparently, you could see that there was something wrong with his car. Yeah, I'm not the first person to highlight her, but maybe I'm the first live you've been in to highlight her. Do me a favor, go in her live and watch and see what you see. And then come back and tell me about it. Tell me what you see. Tell me it makes sense that 70 people were in there watching her sleep. And mind you, let's be clear, she puts the phone up in the air. So you don't even see anything. You don't even see her face. There's nothing. You are watching the wall. But I'm done talking about her. So let's move on. So his car, he said that a strut and a ball joint broke. And you could see that his car was tilted, right? And so he starts telling us about it and was like, without the car, I can't get back and forth to work. I can't go from work to home, home to work. He went off and came back. And he's changed his name to that_guy. Sorry I didn't change it here, but everybody knows him as True Knowledge. And he said that he did that because he's starting a YouTube channel, and that's the name of the YouTube channel. So instead of having different names, different places, he's changing all of his accounts to that_guy. He then announced that he was going through mental health issues. And that his goal, because he's been through so much, his goal is to help people, but he can't help people if his mental health is bad. Which is true. They always say you got to take care of yourself before you could take care of anybody else. Remember, when you get on a plane, what do they tell you? If the mask comes down, put it on yourself first before you help anybody else. Because if you pass out, you're no good to anyone. That is a lesson for life. If you aren't taking care of yourself, you are no good to your loved ones, to your friends, to your work. It is important that you take care of yourself. That's funny. That guy followed. And then he started with, I'm stressing about my car. And he said it's not expensive, but it's money that he doesn't have. The welding salesman, can you send me a DM with the people that you're recommending to me? And that he doesn't have any other backup plan. Everything hinges on his car and being able to go out. And he made sure to let us know he doesn't beg for gifts or battle. He doesn't get paid for his live streams. But he needs this $100 to $150. Sir, you've had a job for some time now. And all of us have a moment where we come across an expense we weren't prepared for. Happened to me the other day. I was having some dental work done, and they were like, oh, with your insurance, it's $400. I was like, what? With my insurance? Yes, he has a job. He is working. But what he never did was say, I'm responsible now, I'll pay you back. Yeah, dental insurance is the worst. And so I have a fear that we may be back. And if we are, we're going to watch it and we're going to talk about it. Betty, you're funny. So we're going to watch it and we'll see. Not going to call him a scammer just yet, because I took him off the list and I announced that I was taking him off. But yeah, dry begging at its best. Who's next? Oh, let's talk about KK. Back to the notebook. So now she goes on sometimes 5-6 times a day, and other days she's barely on. Apparently, her boyfriend is in treatment. Boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, they still do things together. So please don't get caught up on that semantic. Like, he's still, when he gets a pass, he's still coming and staying with her. So she could say he's not her man, but y'all do things like y'all together. So I'm just going to say it's her man. Makes it easy for me. Good morning, Jennifer. So I forgot to talk about this the other day. Let's go back a little bit. She was going live in the middle of the night, asking for money for food. Now let me Dragona, Stick around, girl. Stick around. But you don't have to type in all caps. That's basically yelling, according to TikTok. Now, anytime people suggest that they could like DoorDash her or something, she'll be like, there's nothing nearby. But you're asking for money for food in the middle of the night. She often mutes in her lives. Do I ever sleep? That's why I don't go live every day. I gotta take a break. And I was gonna start going live on the weekends, and I was like, ma'am, 2025, we are not. We're not. She is constantly muting. Constantly. And I never really understood why. It, like, she will literally lay there watching TV with the phone in her face on mute. And she'll do that for like 45 minutes. And then come back and be like, if anybody can help, I need $75 for the room. Or I got to get out by 11 p.m. And I've already talked about why that's some BS. There ain't an Airbnb in the world that will let you stay until 11 p.m. to see if you could get the money. Because then they have already lost the booking for somebody else. Of course I know why she was asking for money in the middle of the night. But this is what happened. Before she muted, this was on the 11th. I heard Eric talking in the background. He was on the phone and he said, can you help with money for the room? Correct, Crystal. Ain't no Airbnb digital. I sent you a DM to cover another one. Okay, thank you very much. Make sure that you don't just send. Oh, and when you're sending me lives, please send me the name of the person, because I am often already blocked. I literally, when people get a new account, I am pre-blocked. I am pre-blocked. And I feel bad for anybody else who has digital in their name, because they're going to get pre-blocked too. As soon as they see digital pop up, they're going to assume it's me and block it. So please also, is Fallon here? Hey, love! They will block me. So make sure when you send me a live that you send me the name of the person. Please. The act. I'm glad to see you this morning. So I forgot to mention that tidbit, that he was with her and he was on the phone asking for people for money for the room. And when she realized that he was talking, because she often also has the TV super loud. What are you hiding? She put herself back on mute. But we heard it, boo. But I think oftentimes she doesn't want people to know he's there, because people are more likely to give to a single woman that's going to be out in the street by herself than if they think she's with a man. You know, Amanda does that beautifully. Frank will be right there and she'll be like, Frank isn't with me. And then when she got confronted about it, she said, he's not standing right next to me. So that's why I say he's not with me. Girl, he's around the corner. What do you mean y'all aren't together? He's waiting for you to get the money so y'all could go buy your rugs. Then she came on in between. She hasn't eaten for 4 days. Again, I'm going to tell y'all this. If her mother is there, her grandmother is there, She has aunts and uncles who are there. How do we know? Because they brought her a brand new phone for her birthday. So you mean to tell me that family members who clearly love you, but they're not going to tolerate your BS, will let you go 4 days without food? Right. She's a Lisa. Lisa hasn't eaten in 6 years. Her mom was posting telling people not to give her money. I believe it. Now, the reason why I also brought up Eric was because starting last week, she was telling people anybody who gave her money, she would pay them back. And I thought initially, oh, well, maybe she's going to get the TikTok gift payout, so she'll have money. Or maybe she got some Canadian benefits and she's going to get some cash assistance. But one time, and one time only, she revealed that she was coming into the money because of Eric. That he was supposed to be getting some money on the 13th. And I thought to myself, how are you promising to pay people back with money that's going to go to somebody else who isn't your boyfriend according to you? Why? So she comes on yesterday morning, and she's 2 hours behind me, but I didn't write down what time it was. But it was pretty early. And she's crying. And that's why I use this photo. When stuff gets tight, the tears flow. At the time that I watched her, she had already been live twice. So this was her third time. And she's asking for money. She needs $75 for last night. So you mean to tell me somebody let you stay in their Airbnb without getting paid? Okay. She needs $75 for last night. And she needs $75 for that night. And so then, of course, she starts to explain that she actually has applied for jobs and she needed to get to training. And the reason why she needed the money for that night was because she needed to be able to leave her 7 bags there because she didn't want to bring them to her training. But she also said she has to do the training to get the job. Now, I'm going to be honest. I'm sure that it happens somewhere. But most places, if you're going to do training, you've been hired. You've been hired. They don't hire you after the training, because why would they waste their resources training somebody who hasn't already been hired? But I digress. It really doesn't matter. It's technically not pertinent to the story. So what she claims, because somebody asked, like, I thought you was getting money today. What she claims is that the night before, Eric told her he was going to give her the money in the morning. Like the live, y'all, please. I know it's easy to get caught up in my voice and what I'm talking about, but please like the live, because clearly we got some haters in here, as the scammers say. Like the live, fill the hardtail, take a break. So what she claims is that he called her the night before, they talked the night before, and he told her he would have the money in the morning. Well, come said morning, he then told her, oh, I changed the direct deposit information, and so they had to give me an actual check. So he was unable to then transfer the money to her because he had an actual check. And she's so mad at him. And she hates this. But if you hate it, why do you do it every day? And she claims that you guys don't think that I'm trying, but I'm applying and I'm interviewing. When? When? Because every time I see you inside, you are literally sleeping all day, all night, and all day. And we all know that she's still using. She's nodded out on a live. And she has sores on her face. So the other day, she had a Band-Aid on her chin. And yesterday, she had a Band-Aid on her face. And somebody was like, guys, it's a Band-Aid because she's covering up her sores. What did she do? She ended the live, took the Band-Aid off, and put makeup on. Girl, we already know. We've already seen it. We've already seen the sores, ma'am. And she's the one for using filters because she don't want you to see what her face actually looks like. So then she said, I didn't tell you guys about the job because y'all would just ruin it for me. Okay. She said she didn't tell us about it because the trolls would prevent her from getting it. How? How? Welcome to the team. How? How would we know where you work? All you got to do is say, I got a job. You don't even have to tell us you got a job. Get the job and stop begging for money. And then we'll know something is going right. And she cried, there's no point to me getting ready because if I don't get the money, I'm not going to be able to go. Let me tell you something. Do y'all remember the Will Smith movie where it was, I think, the first movie he did with his little boy? Or I should say his youngest son, because he's not a little boy anymore. Where he played, it was a true story about a man who lost everything. He was homeless with his little boy. Pursuit of Happiness. Correct. They were sleeping sometimes in bathrooms. And that scene broke me. They're in the bathroom on the floor. And he has his feet. He's positioned so that his feet will prevent anybody from being able to get in. And he bawls. He bawls because he can't believe he's there. And he has all their stuff. But he had a goal. And he did what he had to do. And that was a true story. That's a real man. And he was really homeless. And he was able to work and do what he needed to do because he found a daycare that was willing to work with him. If you haven't seen it, it is a fantastic movie. And when you understand that this is based on a true story, it's even more impactful. So when you want to make it happen, you make it happen. But and so when you're able for months to convince people to give you at a minimum of $75 a day. It's called The Pursuit of Happiness. It's a Will Smith movie, The Pursuit of Happiness. It's him and his son in the movie, the youngest son. Jaden. Is it Jaden? Fantastic movie. I don't know where. Wait, I could tell y'all in a second if it's streaming anywhere. Hold on. Because, I like to give y'all the information. It is on Paramount Plus for free if you have it. You can rent it on Amazon on Prime Video. Okay. Oh, it was filmed in San Francisco? Yeah. But it shows a man with a child, and he did what he had to do. It is called The Pursuit of... Somebody put it in the comments so it could get pinned. And not perfect timing, but All for One has been preaching about the resources that he has found over and over and over again. You want to know what a scammer looks like? When you say, have you tried All for One's resources? And they block you? Or they tell you we don't talk about him? Or in Erica's case, when she calls him All for None and calls him a scammer, you're a scammer. You're a scammer. Because if you could do that without even trying, or if he can spend time with you and y'all could work stuff out, but you consistently remain in the same place, you are just accustomed to strangers taking care of you. That's it, that's all. And that's what's happened with her. She found a grift that works. And I'm sorry, I don't believe that her room is $75 either. And even if she comes up with paperwork, I won't believe it. Why? Because she's getting rugs and she's eating. So maybe the room is $50. But she has to ask for a little bit more to get what she needs. There are times when she doesn't even seem concerned. And I'll tell y'all, I had an experience a couple weeks ago. I was in somebody's live, and I was like, scammy vibes. And she was pregnant. She had a little one. The house wasn't right. Her man's job was cutting his hours. Like, she was stressed. Her baby was sick, but she thought she couldn't bring them to the doctor because she owed the transportation $100. So I asked if I could get in her box. I don't think it's an Airbnb, Miss Muffy. That's why. I think it's somebody that she knows that will let her stay in their like basement or garage like efficiency type situation. And that's why it's less than that. Because there's no way it could be an Airbnb if they allow her to stay until 11 p.m. to see if she gets the money. That doesn't ring true. Anyway, so I'm in this young lady's live. I asked to come up. And I tell her, I'm not here to browbeat you or nothing. But let me ask you a couple questions. I was like, do you have Medicaid? And she was like, yes. I said, so who are you paying for transportation? And she said, the doctor's office. I said, well, Medicaid, if you're able to give them the information in advance, they will bring you and bring you back for free. She had no idea. I gave her other ideas of things to do. She pulled out a notebook and she wrote it down. I left her live and I came back a little bit late. I told her, I said, I'm going to be checking on you. I came back a little while later. And when she saw me come in, she was like, hi, Digital. I did this and I made this phone call and I was able to do this. She was so excited from the one conversation. Mind you, there were hundreds of people in her live. Nobody thought to just talk to her. Nobody thought to be like, well, let me offer her some advice. That's all she needed. Correct. Sometimes people just need to know about resources. They need to know where they're turned. She's a young mother trying to figure it out. So when people are like, oh my God, you're just, I don't, for the new people, I don't label somebody a scammer because someone else says they're a scammer. Okay? I do my research. I watch for myself. If you hear me, I keep turning pages because I actually take notes. Correct, Savannah. Not everybody has someone that they could just pick up the phone and talk to. I do not drag people for the fun of it. In fact, I'm not dragging them at all. I am pointing out the things that happen so that people can recognize, A, that this person is probably not a good person to give your money to. And this is why. And for those who also bring awareness, they're able to use some of the stuff I've seen, some of the stuff they've seen, and also talk to their audience about why. No, she doesn't have children. I'm talking about somebody else that I was able to help. So when you come across someone who is unwilling to hear about resources, talk about alternatives to the resources that they know, but they want to come on here every day and expect to get a room, to be fed, to get their extras, their toiletries, but they're not willing to do anything to try to get it on their own, scammer. She got off and got back on another account. As you can see, I got 3 right there. And she was like, please have a heart and help me. That was when she took the Band-Aid off and put on some makeup and a filter. She said she had 2 hours to get to the training and 1 hour to pay the host. And at that point, she wasn't even crying. She was just whining. And you could hear her phone getting dings, but she didn't acknowledge them. Now, I don't know if that was money coming in or whether it was text messages or whatever. But I'm always listening for the ding after they ask for money. Listen to the mm-mm. Correct. Exactly, Sammy. This ain't new to her. She's been doing this a long time. And that's why I said, when you have a mother, grandmother, aunts, and uncles nearby, and they know it's minus 30 degrees and they're not calling you saying come home, they are trying to make you hit rock bottom so you go get help. And so the people on here who give her money are preventing her from hitting rock bottom so that she goes and gets help. And she was actually mad at Eric. She was like, he's getting help, so he's inside of a warm building. He doesn't have to do this. Neither do you. Neither do you. You can be in a facility getting help as well. And this is the great thing about getting that sort of assistance. They don't get you well and then just kick you to the curb. They help you transition. They don't just throw you in the street and say, okay, well, we fixed your addiction, go do life. Because they know that people who have been addicted, especially those for any length of time, don't have the skills to make it. So they help you transition. They help you get a job. They help you find adequate housing. They help you. But you have to want it for yourself. Thank you for joining the team. Correct. I'm not going to say she has no intention. She hasn't decided that she needs it yet. And I hope she does. But every time you give her money, every time you pay for her room, every time she's able to get it, you are continuing to fund her downfall. Just like with Lisa. You're not helping. I know it may feel like that. She's crying. She needs a place to go. It's so cold in Calgary. She actually has a home she could go to if she got her act together. She has made the choice not to. So if her own mother isn't helping, why are we? And I'm not saying there are people whose mothers just won't help them. That's not the case with her. Okay? She has family who is active. They talk to her. They know what's going on. But she, of course, makes her mother sound bad because her mother gave her an ultimatum. And again, people are running around trauma bonding because they had a bad mother. So they know what it feels like. She doesn't have a bad mother. She has a mother who put her foot down. It's crazy because my boyfriend, I didn't understand why because this is before I understood what was really going on. I didn't understand why his family was like really hands off. They loved him. If they had a party, they would invite him. But they knew what he was really on. So they weren't doing it. Ooh, Oh, God, it's already 8:30? Jesus. Oh, yeah, and her mods are ridiculous. Her mods are like, come on, guys, let's get it together. And the people will be like, then you send it to her. Well, I don't have any money. But you want to encourage people to give her money? Come on, if 4 people could send her 20, she'd have everything she needs. And I really do think that in some cases, these mods are unaware. They are unfamiliar. They don't realize what they're looking at. They just see a 20-year-old young girl who needs help. They don't understand that the help she needs is treatment. They don't know what it looks like. I ended up with my boyfriend because I had no experience with addicts. I had a very sheltered life. I had a great life, but it was sheltered. Nope, my parents didn't have. I had an uncle who was an alcoholic. I didn't even start spending time with him until I was old enough to drive myself to his house because my parents didn't want me around that. So I didn't know what I was looking at when I saw the quirky things he did. I just thought he was quirky. He had a job. He worked every day. I thought he was just quirky. Sometimes he would act paranoid and I didn't know why. He was taking the P plus P. Laura, in some cases they do know. But I think in some cases they think, how can we let a girl sit outside in minus 30-degree weather? We have to help her. Oh, thank you, Wolves. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yes, C in the middle. C in the middle. That's what he was on. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I don't do it for the likes. I don't do it for the gifts. I don't even cash out the gifts. I recharge them and give them to other people who do the good work. But I do feel like it shows me that you appreciate what I do. So, and I ask you to like the live because it prevents it from getting bananaed. It puts me on the FYP so other people can come in and see it. That's all I ask. I'm not asking to make money off of what I do here. I would love to make money off of what I do because honestly, this is a lot of work. While y'all were probably resting last night, I was putting all of these pages together. I was making sure that my notes were right. It takes me a long time to get ready. I don't just wake up that morning and think, hey, who am I going to talk about today? No. I appreciate you guys too. I appreciate you guys getting up early, whether you're going to work or you're getting your kids off to school, whatever it is. I absolutely appreciate you guys being here. I even appreciate the people who don't agree with me because guess what? That's okay. But we might be able to find some common ground somewhere and we could start there. I don't demand that people acquiesce to all of my requests, that they believe everything that I say. All I do say is that you go and watch too. I pick on poor people? Okay, if that's what you think. 6676 today. What's that, Jennifer? Yeah, I wonder where Detroit Nike is too, in his apartment with his car. I pick on poor people. Okay. She's gonna ignore it because she wants the money. So this is a raising the consciousness moment. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate it. Where is it? This is a raising the consciousness moment. When you say that I pick on poor people. So many of you might not have heard of this story, but this is tragic. The messages you sent me were crazy, but then she erased it. I sent you messages? Or somebody sent you messages? I don't understand what you're talking about. Okay, let me stay focused. This is what's wrong with the system. And I am prepared to call it out. Because there are people who seem like they can get unlimited resources, even when they don't deserve it. And then a mother with 4 children can't get it when she asked for it. So this is the story. This mom has 4 children. She was staying with family, and there's some speculation that her kids were cutting up in the neighborhood, and the family member was like, you gotta go. So she called the city resources and said, I'm housed now, but they're putting me out, and me and my 4 children need a place to stay. Well, because she was currently housed, they did not deem it an emergency. So they told her they couldn't help her. They never followed up with her to find out, are you out now? Nothing. And she says she called multiple times. Now, one of the problems in Detroit where this happened is that there are city resources, but then there are also private nonprofits that also do the work of assisting the homeless. How is anybody supposed to be able to manage in a system where 3 different organizations deal with the homeless? In fact, it was reported that the homeless who call into the system end up more confused about what they can do than when they called. So she had a van, and for 3 months, her and her kids lived in that van. What we also found out is that it wasn't just her and her 4 kids, but it also included her mother and her 2 teenage sisters. 9 people were living in her van. They were all homeless. And I thought to myself, if she called and said, I need beds for 9 people, I could see the system saying, we can't handle that. So, to be safe, she would park on the 9th floor of a casino. Her children never missed a meal. Her children never missed school because that was a priority for her. Homeless or not, you're going to eat and you're going to get an education. Because without those, you can't survive. You can't move on from the situation that we're in. So on this particular night, the car either ran out of gas or had some issue that she wasn't able to turn it on throughout the night to heat the car. So in the morning, she went to go wake up her oldest, who was 9, and he was cold and he wasn't breathing. So she immediately started giving him CPR. And somehow, some way, they got him to the hospital, where he was pronounced unalived. Devastating, right? Well, they go back out to the car to get the other kids, and she realizes that her 2-year-old baby is also not breathing. And she rushes that baby inside, which is also pronounced unalived. And now, of course, there's all this assistance. And her response was, so my kids had to get unalived in order for you to help me? She said she called services over and over and over again, and they had nothing for her. What was crazy, though, is that an investigative reporter found out that on the very night that her children passed on, there was a shelter down the street that had beds. Now, they might not have had 9, but maybe her and the kids could have went in. And one of the things that the social workers talked about is that they walk around the community, especially at night, to try to find the homeless, to get them in shelters. And what they said, though, was that they never considered going into the garages. So even if they were out there, they would have never found her. But she was in there for safety reasons. She felt more comfortable being on the 9th floor of a garage so that she could get some rest. So they asked about the father. 3 of her children belong to this piece of garbage. And she said that anytime she reached out, he would tell her, I'm working. He's living with somebody. He's living with somebody and her parents don't want the kids there. They didn't get the kids. So they've set up a GoFundMe to try to help with the funerals. If you feel so inclined, help them out. So, and a reporter goes and finds the dad. And I was like, I'm waiting to hear this. I feel like she had went to the shelter. Oh, okay. So, Mr. Darnell Curry Sr. gives an interview. And of course, he takes a little paper and he dots his I's. He's so sad. And he asked him, where were you when you got the call? He was at the gym on the treadmill. And so they asked him, well, you couldn't get the kids? She asked you? And these were his words. He claims that she just said, can you get them? But she never said, can you get them because we are homeless? He said those are two different things. So you mean to tell me you didn't see your children for 3 months? 3 months. You didn't know they were homeless? I could see a week or two. But 3 months? He was like, we would FaceTime. Again, you didn't know they were homeless? And then he actually came out of his mouth and said, all those other sob stories, she can cut that. Claims that she could have reached out to his family and she didn't. It is not her job to reach out to your family. She reached out to you as their father. Because you know, Flojo, people would like to think that, yeah, okay, you don't want them on the average day. You want me to believe that she didn't tell him that they were unhoused? She left that part out. She said, can you get them, but never said they were homeless? Okay. Okay. This is wrong on every level. She deserved to receive the services. Her babies deserved to receive the services. She was trying. And my heart bleeds for her. I don't understand how the system could take care of one person and let another person fall through the cracks. I don't get it. We pay our taxes so that people can receive services. No, they only had 3 of the 4 together. But 2 of them that passed on were his. I don't like it. And I feel bad, and I pray for her and her family, and I even pray for him. Get your act together, bro. Step up. Look at the difference between the two. He's clearly inside living a good life. And she's stressed to the hilt. Thank you, TikTok TMZ. I've actually been following you for a little bit. I don't know if Grandma gets a check. I honestly don't know. Correct. Who doesn't know? Whatever. But let me tell you how I found out about this story. Because this one tried to use it. No, she wasn't in the casino. They were homeless. She chose the casino garage because it was safer than being on the street. I tell anybody, don't take my word for it. Go look it up. But this one here, with her 5 children, used that woman's story to say, this is why I don't care about begging for my kids. How dare you? How dare you? Because you get all the resources due. You get close to $1,900 a month from Social Security for your babies. 3 of your children go to school. The 2 youngest are now 1. They could go to school. You claimed you had a job. I haven't seen you go. In fact, she keeps bragging about a check that's $19. Now, I did learn some things. So, in Georgia, the minimum wage is $7.50. But if you work in an industry where you receive tips, they are allowed to pay you, I think it's $2.13 an hour. But then your tips have to, and your base pay have to equal the $7.50 an hour. And technically, if it doesn't, the company is supposed to make up the difference so that at any time you are never below $7.50. Now, someone who lives in Georgia said that they don't always do that. They don't always make up the difference, which is illegal. Now, for somebody who is ready to sue quick, fast, in a hurry, if they weren't making sure you got $7.50, why didn't you report it? No, $7.50 is not enough to live on. It's pennies when you have 5 children. However, why can't you work? She's moved her live to Facebook mostly. That's why people aren't seeing her. So she used that woman's story to then beg for the $250 she needed for her room. That pisses me off. That woman's story is tragic enough without you using it to grift money. Because this is my problem. Multiple occasions, she has raised money for a down payment for an apartment. And we know you have to have first, last, and security. She has raised that multiple times and never moved into an apartment. Samantha, when you live in Georgia, that's what it is. And there was a time when living in Georgia was cheaper, so that the $7.50 made sense. It does not now. Of course it doesn't. But isn't it more self-respect to get $7.50 an hour than to come to the internet and ask for all your needs to be paid for? What is she doing with the $1,900? Can somebody explain that to me? Right, Darcy. People work hard. Yes, there is a lot of speculation that is rugs. Her babies, not her babies, her middle children, they're twins. She has 2 sets of twins. Their birthday was coming up. Now she gets food stamps. So she goes to the store and buys a bunch of candy. I'm speculating, but probably with her food stamps. So not a dime came out of her pocket. And she made them go around and sell the candy so they would have money for their birthday. You mean to tell me you can't squirrel away $20 so that your children have a birthday? But then, not only did she make the kids do that, she also begged on the internet to get them gifts. And in one fell swoop, one gentleman gave her $50 for the twins' birthday. Correct. And then, after they got the money for their birthday, she had E, the oldest, and one of E's friends with them when they went shopping. And she made them split their birthday money with not only their older sister, but their older sister's friend. And then she took $14 for herself for gas. Are you kidding me? Correct, Nikki. And let's understand something. The twins' birthday was just a few weeks before. And it was the same thing. Yeah, the fight she almost got into with Mara, there wasn't no fight. She sat in that car, is what she did. She sat in that car. Talking about, let me go drop my kids off, and then I'll be back and we could run up. Where'd she drop? I ain't see her drop her off her kids nowhere. And then she gonna stand outside and be like, when did I talk about your kids? Girl, that's not how you be popping off at the mouth when you're on your live. You're the no questions asked. Let's do this. Let's do this. But then you get confronted and it's, I never said anything about your kids. Yeah, that's why she wanted Mara to hit her, so she would have an excuse to cut her. But she ain't get out that car. She ain't get out that car. And then when they were at the hotel or whatever, she's standing at the doorway. She wasn't running up on nothing. She wasn't running up on a damn thing. But that mouth could run to get money. So where she's staying, the hotel is either, I think it's $339 if you pay cash and $343 if you pay with a card. Let me tell you something. Places like that are a ripoff. You know that. Because why? Because you have to pay a couple of dollars to the card company to process, so you charge the person. But when you go to a luxury hotel, they don't do that. When I tell you that the homeless are taxed, and I don't mean like taxed to the government, but they are taxed for every little thing. Why are groceries in the hood more expensive? And why are the food that they're offered not higher quality? There are actually places where there is a healthcare desert and a food desert. But then you want to say, why are they so unhealthy? Because there's a liquor store, there's a gun store, there's a corner store, there's probably even a McDonald's. Oh, there she has workers. She claims that her CPS workers absolutely adore her. They probably tolerate her because what they gonna do with 5 kids at once? 2 of them sickly babies. They're just trying to keep her family together so that they don't got to deal with that. I would too. I absolutely would too. Wait a minute. I missed Elisa? Oh, I missed saying that when she had come back on after she in the morning had gone off on Kim, she came back on and said she was threatened not to talk about someone. The only person that could have threatened her was Kim. And the only threat she could use is money. So, miss me if you think Kim isn't still supporting her. Next. This is going to be a long live, y'all. This one here. Up in the morning, she had 30 minutes left, and she needed $55 for the room. She's another one. Her daughter is homeschooled. Why? Why? Because if you put your daughter in school, you'd have time to get a job. And then if you got a job, you could pay for some stuff yourself. Thank you for the gifts. You could pay for something yourself. You can maybe even get yourself out of the circumstances that you're in. Will it be overnight? No. Will it be easy? No. But millions upon millions upon millions of Americans are out here working every day to take millions upon millions of Americans are out here working every day to take millions upon millions of Americans are out here working every day to take care. Millions upon millions of Americans are out here working every day to take care. I'm sorry. My phone didn't die. My honey called. Because he can't.
My phone is connected and charging.
Because he can't be here for Valentine's Day. He's at work. So sorry about that. Sorry. When he calls, I answer. Okay. So, back to Erica. Why can't she get a job? And according to her, her food stamps and medical got taken away. But she says that the worker has no idea why. That's a lie. Because when they cancel you, they actually use a code and they know why. Of course he remembers me. He just wanted to tell me again. He had already texted me because, he leaves at 3:30 to go to work. So he had already texted me, but he wanted to call me. I don't know anything about a settlement. I can't speak to that. I don't actually know. Good morning. Yeah, he's a sweetie pie. He reminds me of my dad a lot. Very strong, like a quiet strong, and incredibly bright. You gotta be bright to be around me. I can't be around a stupid person. Can't do it. She got on, and this is where the entitlement comes from. She got on at 10 o'clock for an 11 o'clock checkout. I love you too, CJ. Thank you. So you gave your followers an hour to make sure you could keep a room? That's entitlement. That is the assumption that y'all are gonna come through. She isn't even. I'd have been up at 8 o'clock. Because you never know who's on. You never know who's going to be able to give you the money. But you wake up at 10, or well, not wake up, but you get on live at 10 o'clock and you have an 11 o'clock checkout. Yeah, she uses God a lot. But the scriptures say be careful because a lot of people are going to call my name, but they don't know me. So everybody who claims to know God, have a relationship with God, Jesus told you from the gates. You gave her $6. Dove Love, I'm sorry. But someone pin her comment. I'll pin her comment. Can I pin her comment? When people ask me why I do what I do, it's because of this. She was kind enough to send her the money she had, and the girl didn't even have enough gumption to say thank you or even answer her questions. But she will get back up here today asking for more money for another hotel room. I tell anybody, don't send anybody money on this app. Send them resources. Give it to an organization that you trust. If you can feel and touch them and you can see that what you're doing is having an impact, do that. Because this is the other thing. They will get money, and the reason why they'll try to tell you the reason why they don't want to acknowledge you is because you're going to get messages from the trolls. That's not why. They don't want people to know that they got the money in the first place. Because then you can keep getting money. I can say I need 55 for the room, but if I don't tell anybody I got anything, it's still 55, right? And then when they do start to get money, they switch the language and they say the room is 55. They don't say they need 55 anymore, but they'll be like, the room is 55. Knowing good and well they done got the 55 already, might as well go for 110. Child, they about to dismantle. They about to dismantle the education department. Get ready. Okay. Dang, and I wanted to do open mic. Oh, thank you for the gifts, Andrea. I appreciate it. Okay. I got 4 more. We're going to have to rush through these because it's already almost 9:30. Thank you. What is there to say? What is there? Yeah, she does drive scooters around talking about, oh, my back. My back gives out on me sometimes. Girl, stop it. What's new with these two? They are doing the same thing every day. Now, the great thing is that it is taking them longer and longer to get the money. Every morning, we need 77 or whatever, 66 to keep the room. He says that so often that when they were asking for food money, he kept saying for the room. It's hilarious to me. And I don't understand why a clearly able-bodied man feels like the internet needs to cover his daily expenses, especially considering that he gets about $1,000 a month in a check. She did a lot of makeup content. She's the one who really built the platform. And she's the one that everybody is really fighting for. It is her. Yes, that's why I said he gets about $1,000 a month. He gets SSI. She's the one that people don't want to see on the street. But this is the thing. She could go home. But she wants to stay with him. And so when you're making those kinds of decisions, you are making adult decisions. Act like it then. If it's more important for you to be with your man than it is for you to have a warm home to live in, then buck up. Put them big girl pants on. Yeah, it says Brie and Ty. And then they have August Rush 16. They don't go on there very much to beg, but I think they keep it because in case Brie and Ty gets knocked down, they have something else. But let me also say this. On my page, I had done this a few weeks ago. On my page, I believe that it's pinned. If it's not, I will pin it today. You will see where I posted the type of language we need to use when we are reporting a page. It's an algorithm that is looking. They're not people actually watching every live. So when you use the words that the algorithm recognizes as a problem, you can get their pages shut down. So it's words like manipulation, daily, excessive, scams. And then it's also important to say it is against TikTok community guidelines. It's against your guidelines. Now, do not report every 2 minutes. You will actually lose your reporting privileges because they feel like you're just abusing it. But what I do is when I first go in, I wait for them to ask. And then I report fraud and scams. Correct. Deceptive exploration. Is that the right word? I don't think that's the right word, CJ. Exploration? That can't be the right word. Yeah, exploitation is probably the right word. Bullying as well. But make sure that it applies to what they do. So don't hit regulated goods if that's not what they're doing. Try to stick it autocorrect, of course. Try to keep it to what they're doing in that moment. And it has worked. Shout out to All for One. He told everybody in his live the other day that it is working. We are seeing pages come down. Thank you for the gifts. And welcome to the team. I appreciate it. All right, next. just want to drag her because of her piss poor behavior. They do have limits on income. Thank you for the gifts. But it doesn't mean you can't work. It means you can only earn so much in a month. And then if you earn over that, they take it out of your Social Security check dollar for dollar. So when he says, I can't work, that's not a stipulation of his Social Security check. And he's been getting one since he was little. A little boy. Oh, yes. Let's talk about it. Quay plus 8 needs to be Quay plus 9. She used to be more of a beggar. She's less of a beggar now because her supporters just support her. So she just had a brand new baby. Just came home. Beautiful. She makes beautiful children. I can't say she doesn't. She absolutely does. But what are you doing? Can't say she doesn't. She absolutely does. But what are you doing? Sorry, I had an alarm go off. Because I was supposed to get off at 9:30, but I'm going to miss that call today. She used to beg heavy. She used to beg heavy. But now she just has supporters who want to send her money, send her stuff for her kids. What are you doing with 8 children? And just for the record, her children are ages 11 to brand new. So I'm talking, we popping them out like crazy. At what point in our society did we start to not only accept but support a young lady who continues to have babies by multiple people without any way of being able to take care of them? And this latest one, this latest baby daddy, is 64 years old and a married man. When did we as a society stop holding people accountable for their bad behavior? No, it wasn't a joke. And she says it proudly. And it's like, I wish the wife would call me again. Like, what? Married man, yes. No, I'm not kidding. Now, I'm not saying we should down her. We should downgrade her. We should make her feel less than a person. No. What good would that do? The babies are here now. But somebody should have said after baby number 2 or 3, ma'am, it's great that you want a lot of children, but you should be able to take care of them before you have another one. But why should she? The system will pay for it. And with each child, the amount of time that the system will take care of her goes even longer. How could she work with that many children? And now there's a newborn. And I believe she has a set of twins. One set of twins. I have no idea how many dads there are, I'll be honest. But I'm not even going to say that because I don't know it. So she's saying that she's starting to feel a little depressed. She doesn't want any money. I immediately said, if you are feeling depressed, please see a doctor, because this could get very bad. She ignored that comment, of course. But when she said that, someone said, you need to go out to dinner and I'll pay for it. What? That's your solution to her saying that she feels a little bad? I'm giving. So, did she say that or not with her whole chest? Tammy. And other people who do what I do have said the same thing. She said it with her whole chest. Multiple times. Okay. Send me his Facebook. No, she made up. He's not 64. Go on his. I don't know his name. Send me his Facebook. And if I'm wrong, and I will take it all back. Gerald Hicks. Excuse me, y'all. I gotta write that down. I would love for one of y'all to come up and tell me what he's been saying on his live when I do the open mic. Right. Postpartum depression is serious. And if that's what she has, going out to dinner is not going to fix it. So he's the father to all of her children? Good morning. He's the father to 5 of them? Why would you keep having babies? Can somebody tell me? Why? Does it make sense to anybody in here? And let me be clear, when I had my son, I was young. I was 19. And I went and got all the services available. 100%. So he does have a girlfriend. But he keeps having babies with Quay. I got all the services available. And then his dad and I got married. He had a job. I had a job. And I kept the job. When my friends were out partying, I was at work because I needed to have insurance for my son. Cindy, facts. The idea that you get to keep popping out babies and sit on your butt, and that people, I understand wanting to support the children. Like, I get it. We all love the babies. And when I see her baby, it makes me want to have one. And then I realize I'm a grandmother and what am I doing? But we all love the babies. But at what point does she have to be held accountable for the decisions she's made? And are we going to break the cycle as her girls and sons grow up? Or are we going to create a generational curse where everybody's just having kids and nobody works and nobody gets a job? And now we're going to have a generation of children that expect their expenses to be paid by strangers on the internet. Hey, Trollovision. Of course she brags about the stamps. She has a deep freezer with meat in it. I do. I do too. And they plan on states are already changing Medicaid laws, and not Medicaid, food stamps laws. And if they get their way, you'll get 3 months of food stamps, and that's it for 2 years. But if you make it easy for people to do nothing, they're going to do nothing. As human beings, we default to the do nothing setting. Hi, Cindy Lou Who. I don't think I've ever seen you before, but welcome in. Everybody seems to like you. Listen, whether you voted for him or not, he's making some changes that are going to have effects on people from the top to the bottom. There are farmers right now crying that they voted for him because they had certain expectations, and they have cut off grants that were already agreed to. And what's so crazy about the grant, this one gentleman was talking about, the way the grant was written was that you had to lay out the payment first, and then they would reimburse you. So he done spent all this money to do stuff on his farm, and then he got a letter in the mail saying, we are no longer funding. So don't think that it can't happen, or that it's not going to affect you at all. It's going to be somebody else. No. When they dismantle the Department of Education, anybody with special needs children, look out. Look out. Oh, thank you. It's so funny when I download the live so that I can post it on YouTube, I can't listen to it. I can't stand my voice. I can't listen to it. Now, she is fortunate that a woman has come over to help her with her kids. And I love that for her. I actually wrote, she is blessed to have another mother there to assist her with her kids. I think that's awesome. I really do. I think that is awesome. But it's 10 o'clock at night. School is the next day. Why aren't your babies in bed? Why aren't they in bed, Quay? That's okay, Love Marie. You are welcome to love whoever you like. But if you're going to be a mother, be a mother. Sitting on TikTok comes after you do what you have to do, not before. Why are all your babies awake at 10 p.m.? I don't know why. There are some women that have a need to always have a new baby. You know that family that 22 kids and counting or whatever it is? Where they have all them kids and they're just like, we don't believe in birth control or anything. And then we found out that one of the sons molested his two sisters. They had too many kids to pay attention to what was going on. But the father works. They work. They afford their children. Yes, baby addiction is a real thing. The Duggar Family. Exactly. No, 22 Kids and Counting, I think, is a British show. Y'all know I watch a lot of TV. And I enjoy watching them because I enjoy watching how they get it all together. But they are parents first. When did TikTok become more important? And Kiki is the exact same way. Her babies are crying and she's sitting on TikTok. They want to be held. They want to be engaged with. They want to do something. They don't want to lay down and sleep all day. They're not infants anymore. They're not newborns anymore. Now, I will say Quay allows her children a lot of freedom. She absolutely does. She is not a Kiki in that respect. But social media has to come after your responsibilities. And with that many children, that's first. Child, I felt like I was done with the one. And let me say this. The one wasn't planned for. I wasn't ready to be a mother. It happened. But guess what? It didn't happen again. It didn't happen again. There will be no more mistakes. No more oopsies. Because I had to take responsibility. I already had one that I wanted to be the one to take care of. Right. Put the phone down. We all love seeing the baby. I love seeing the babies. I'm going to be honest. I love them all. I love babies. I love children. Y'all see how I am about my granddaughter? We FaceTime last night. When I tell you thrilled to death. But you have 2-year-olds running around at 10 o'clock. And they're crying and they're acting up. It's time for bed. One and done. Facts. My body was worn out after 7. Child. But she's young. And she is having them back to back. Jam, apparently that was just a lie that she was telling. Apparently he is 4 years older than her. Well, hi, Exposing. I love to see you in here. But when I heard she had a deep freezer full of meat, I was jealous. This was the thing that floored me, though. So the baby was crying, and she says, I think the baby has gas. So the woman that's helping her took the baby and started patting her back. And she asked her, why are you patting her back? And she was like, oh, because it helps move the gas. And Quay said, I didn't know you could do that. What? You that many kids down? Reset my gift card? What's that? My life goal? Oh, I don't ever do that. I don't ever think about doing that. It don't be on my mind. Here, I'll just put 20. Okay. I don't know how she old, but she's young. You can tell that she's young. No, I don't want harm for her or her babies. I want her to put her phone down and take care of them. I want them to not be awake at 10 p.m. so that she can... Oh, we reached the goal. Thank you, guys. She's not 30 yet? Wow. Yay, we reached the goal. Thank you, guys. I'll never even think about that. Right, how do you not know that patting your back moves gas? Or was she just being funny? But it floored me. Thank you, guys. I love you guys, too. Okay, I swear we're going to get to open mic. Bear with me. It was a lot going on. Okay, now, y'all might know her. She is a very loyal Trump supporter. And that's how a lot of people know her, I think. And she says some things that I don't particularly like. But that's not why she's up here. Let me find the notes. There's so freaking many. She can't be back that far. Come on, man. Anyway, wait a minute. She can't be back. Oh, yep, she sure is. Okay, found her. So she's on live. I ain't got to Bossy yet. That's the problem. She's on live. And she says that she's sick. And she claims that the medicine she purchased for herself isn't working. But she has a class today from 8 to 5. But she's so sick. And that she has insurance from her job, but she has a $5,000 deductible. And she lives so far out, she has to have an Uber. And money for her medicine. Can you please stop expecting your supporters to fund your life? Can you please stop? I don't care what your political affiliation is. Stop using people. You knew you had a class. Correct. They want to live out of their supporters' pockets for everything. What did you do before TikTok? How did you survive? Right. And stuff is getting tighter. Groceries haven't gone down, they've gone up. I am asking people to take accountability for their own lives. Now, I recognize that everybody can have a bad day. Everybody needs help at some point in time. But every day is too much. When you are being irresponsible and then coming to TikTok asking to have it fixed, it's too much. It is nobody else's responsibility to get medicine for a grown woman. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, welcome to the block club from Gummy Bear, from No Games, when he is all games, still getting his life funded by women. And I'm going to say it again. If you are that desperate for a man, please go get a battery-operated boyfriend. Please. Save yourself some money. And if you're rolling in the dough, you can get a plastic man, face to feet, and they do everything. If you got that kind of money. And you must, if you're paying for another grown man to live, you must have so much disposable income. But we know it is not the wealthy and the rich in this world that are funding these people. It's other people who go to work every day. It's other people with families. Sometimes it is homeless people helping other homeless people. This has to stop. This has to stop. Because what's crazy is that for everyone that we're able to get enough information out there about them that they stop, 3 more pop up. 3 more pop up. You have Miss Maggie, who is so rude, so entitled, tells people before they can even say hello, send in. Send in. Send in. Did you send in? Right. He's lived on the earth long enough to take care of himself. And he also gets a Social Security check. So why you need money every day, sir? I could see you get your check, and maybe the last week before you get your next check, it runs out. You might need a little assistance. But why do you need it every day? You know what's going to happen? Her caseworker is going to say she's not doing anything wrong. If people, as Kiki's mod said, if people are dumb enough to send it, it's on them. Facts exposing. I talked about her a little while ago because I talked about what happened in Detroit with the mother and her 2 kids. And I then used that to go to talk about Kiki, saying she used this woman's tragedy to say that's why she's going to continue to beg. But you get money. So why you can't use that money to take care of y'all for a little while? They're always laughing at her. Oop, Nick Wright is like, they're always laughing at her. And at the same time telling people to send in. They all did this whole get together that they weren't going to support her nonsense. And guess what? Every single one of them are back. And they're not laughing with her. They are definitely laughing at her. They're getting their jollies watching her act the way she does. Because there are times I can't even stand to stay in there. I talked about that before, last time. Why? What's funny? What is so funny? Correct. I haven't said this in a long time, But you do realize that they're hitting you twice. Like Exposing said, your taxes pay for their food stamps, their housing, their medical, transportation, you name it. And now you're going to let them hit your after taxes again? Because remember, the money you brought home was after the taxes you've already paid. So that's your after tax money. And you want to give that up too? Make it make sense. And what's even sicker is that a lot of these people supporting these people on the internet wouldn't give their own family member $5. Oh, and I love how all of them have more than one device. But you need me to pay for everything? How you got so many devices? How? How and why? Fact, they will walk right past them. Right past them. And this is the other thing. I don't know if I said this to y'all or if this was in a conversation. But the famous, right? I did say this the other day. They work to be rich. Most of them weren't born into families of wealth. But even still, if they're an actor, a musician, whatever, they work. And that is how they got the money that they have, right? But guess what they want? Most of them want privacy. Most of them only want you to know certain things. And I think social media has confused folks. Because there were a couple of channels of families where they showed everything and they got famous and rich off of it. But what people fail to realize is what they show is curated. It is not their real life. It is not everything. It's not. All of the pranks they do on each other, all setups. All the we're going to break up and have this fight, a setup. They live in these big, lavish houses. They don't own them. They're renting. Why did all of them move to Houston? Houston is the social media capital of the United States. Especially for YouTubers. And so Kiki, who wants to be famous, who was infamous, if you ask me. Yeah, California too, that's true. Sees that and thinks, I'm going to share my entire life. I'm going to open up everything. Right? And then gets mad when we talk about it. Ma'am, I wouldn't know the stuff I know if you kept your mouth shut. How do I know what I know? How can I talk about it? Because you ran your mouth? You think that showing everything is going to make you famous? When you haven't realized that the people who have actually made it don't show us everything? They show us what they want us to see. I say to my niece all the time, social media is fake. You know how I know? Because how many social media couples have looked perfect for 2 years? And then all of a sudden you see them, guys, this is going to be a very hard video. But we're breaking up. What? Y'all looked perfect just yesterday. All of the you'll see where it'll be, I love my husband so much. He is perfect. He does all these great and wonderful things for me. And 2 days later, we find out about his mistress. Remember it was a black life coach and relationship coach. He was cheating on his, and he was a man of God, of course. Cheating on his wife every chance he got. And then I got nincompoops who see these people get rich and famous and think, I'm going to do that too. Not realizing that it's all curated. Some of them even have babies because they need the traffic. There was just a documentary on HBO about one of the very first family vlog channels on YouTube that shot them to stardom. And what really brought them up was when she got pregnant. So they realized getting pregnant increased the viewership, which increased their money. The husband got his own channel to talk about everything from his perspective. And then they decided to, when they didn't want to have any more babies, decided to adopt a baby from China. And then they decided to, when they didn't want to have any more babies, decided to adopt a baby from China. A little boy. They decided to go through an agency where children had issues. Why? Because it was more expedient. It was faster. So the agency says these are all the illnesses that children can have. Which ones are you willing to deal with? They checked off all but one, I think. So they get this little boy. And for some reason, they don't realize how traumatic it's going to be for him. He's been living with his foster mom for, 2 years. He doesn't speak a lick of English. And now these pale-faced people are here to take him away? And they were like, we didn't realize how hard it was going to be and how devastating it was going to be. You didn't? But that viewers, when I tell you for like a year, they had named him before they saw him. And everybody wanted to know what was going on. And their viewership shot through the roof. And then guess what? They decided it was too much. And they gave him back. He had to be rehomed somewhere. So now his mother got rid of him. And now his adoptive parents have moved him to another country in a completely different culture. And now it's too hard to have you? But all someone like Kiki sees is the money and the big lights. And she tells us all her business. And then tells us to mind our business. Pick a lane. Yes, fatty laughs, she's an idiot to me. Because she says things that don't even make sense. But guess what? She wants her MAGA people to pay for her life. Correct. She knows that there are only so many African American MAGA people. So she gets embraced. And now they want to take care of her. No, of course not. There was a gentleman on TikTok who claimed that he had been kicked out of his family's home for supporting Donald Trump. He was able to get MAGA to house him, to take care of him. He even came to the internet and asked, I'm going to go to the rally in New York. He got people to pay for him to go to New York. And then he said to them, can you guys please reach out to Donald Trump? I'd love to be a speaker on his behalf. And they embraced him. They loved on him. The election happened and he was so happy. Where is he now? Hey, Quay. Welcome in. Where is he now? I have not seen him since. You can have whatever political affiliation you want. It is not okay to use it to take advantage of people who think that they're helping somebody who's actually been rejected by their community. That's a scam. Because it's not how you really feel, but you see, guess what? If I tell everybody that I'm like that, then they'll take care of me. It is another scam. Baby girl, I love your babies. They are beautiful. Don't bully her in here. We don't do that. Your babies are beautiful. They shouldn't be awake at 10 o'clock at night. Put them to bed. Put the phone down and take care of your babies. And when they're tucked away and they're in bed, if you want to stay on live all night, be my guest. But take care of your kids. But thank you for being here, though. I appreciate it. Queen Bossy. She might be new to y'all. Quay, I'm not saying that you don't take care of your children, but you need to prioritize them over social media. Queen Bossy has become the new grip, if you ask me. And now she's calling herself Telvin's girlfriend, and she got Telvin to pay her electric bill. Why does Telvin pick the women that he does? Why does Telvin pick the women that he does? It's very strange to me. Because it used to be Grip. And of course, Kiki tried to jump on that train. Didn't work. Y'all so messy. I'm just speaking facts. And when it's my opinion, I say so. It's odd. And Lady G, exactly right. Black Barbie forever, exactly right. But she used to be an alcoholic. And she actually got her life together. She did. She absolutely got her life together. And for that, I applaud her. And she did it for her kids. 110%. Get a job. You got yourself together, get a job. It is not TikTok's job to pay your bills. And y'all know how I feel about battling. You know how I feel about battling. It is TikTok sanctioned begging. That's all it is. It is TikTok sanctioned begging. So watch her, y'all. I done brought some new faces. Just watch them. See what you see. See if you see what I see, or maybe you see something different. I never ask you to take my word for it. Never. It is why I will always put their ads in the picture so that you can screenshot it, write it down, whatever, and go see for yourself. Go see for yourself. You don't have to believe anything that I say. You don't believe me? Google it. Look them up yourself. Okay, I think that's my last scammer. Let me see. Oh! I decided to put, you know how like when there are missing people, they kind of put a lineup together. These are missing. Where did these go? Where are they? Facts, Cindy. Don't give money to people on TikTok. Don't. Because you never know what they may be using it for. And the other thing is, and I did a raising the consciousness the other day, and that is also posted on my page. There is a negative consequence to giving people money. It prevents them from becoming self-sufficient. It's not a new account. She just changed her name to user unknown. And I saw somebody say that they still looked up Squidward and it still came up. But she is not up like she used to be. And my understanding is that Marcus is around. And what's funny is when I said it, I was told I was wrong. But now other people are saying Marcus is around. Lurking spirits in jail. What she go to jail for? Her and Hippie Harley might be having a good time together. At least Hippie and her don't gotta worry about where they gonna sleep tonight. Free him. Hilarious. I'm good. I've been a lurking spirit and a demon how many times? Good morning. Where's Manda? Where's Manda Panda? After her and Frank got confronted that day. Did she have her wonderful weekend with Alexis Sailor or whatever her name is? Where's Risa? And I never even talked about her. Never, not once. Where's the two sickly ones? Windwalker, Gypsy Traveler. Where they at? And Nikki Vianney, where you at, boo? You had to move with your dad. Oh, I know they'll be back. I just find it interesting that they've gone MIA. They'll all be back. I think they're waiting to, like, die down, like people aren't going to be looking for them. So, yeah, tax season. But I don't think anybody got their taxes. Has anybody gotten their taxes yet? Their refunds, rather? And I don't see how um any of them got refunds. They never worked. So where they getting it? What taxes are they getting? They didn't work. None of them have kids. Well, Amanda does, but they're getting filed with their daddy. Yeah, it's not taxes. If anything, they be on here begging because people have gotten their taxes. But I don't think taxes have gone out yet. Yeah, they got a W-2 from TikTok, but they never... You get a refund when you pay taxes and when you pay more than your obligation. Now, if you have a number of children, I don't know if they removed the child tax credit. I don't know because I don't have anybody to claim. Oh, Tiffany, do you know what names on what platform she's been on? Because I'd love to go see her. And I think that's what a lot of them are going to do. Oh, your son and daughter got theirs back? They must have filed January the 2nd. I wish I had 2 kids. Yeah, they get a 1099 because they didn't pay taxes. It's on Reddit. She's on Snap and favorited. Okay. Thank you very much. I think that that's what they're going to do. Because they've had so much heat on TikTok. And there's so many people bringing awareness to them. I'll go find it on Reddit. And when I find it, on Monday morning, if I have found it by Monday morning, I'll let y'all know. Okay. Am I finished? I am. Now it is open mic. Anybody that would like to come up, they want to talk about the people I talked about, they want to talk about somebody different, that is fine. Here are the rules, though. If you're coming up here to disrespect me, you'll be out. You don't have to agree with me. You can offer your opinion, but it will be respectful. I only have conversations. I don't have arguments. If you're doing something that could get my account banned or restricted, you get one warning. You do it again, you're out. If you... Detroit Nike, he's another one. I just didn't get his picture up there. If you are here to settle a score with somebody else that you don't like that's in here, don't do it here. Turn on your own live button and you can rant and rave about whatever you would like. Don't do it here. But it's open mic. Anybody that would like to come up is welcome. I know this was a very long live, much longer than I intended. And I have been talking almost for 4 hours, all by myself. Oh, Lord, Blue Eyes is live, y'all. Is she drunk? And guess what? I'm going to go over there, and I bet you there's 400 people in her live. Breakfast is cold now. I'm sorry, honey. You'll just have to remake it. I talked about that, Tiffany. I actually showed them and talked about that story and used that. Of course you can have a box. have to ask?
Hey,
Good
how
morning.
are
How are
you?
you feeling?
I'm doing better. I'm about to go back to the doctor's office, but I do want to let you know, as predicted, that Christine is traveling the interwebs box hopping for her clout. So, just a heads up to everybody. She just likes to argue. She's fallen on her sword, but it's all an attention grab, and I want you to tell everybody, what you saw because I couldn't stick around for her BS much longer because you know how I feel about that.
Yeah. So anyway, if Christine has decided that she wants to be Blue Eyes Savior, why I don't know. She's not a professional, but she went in, and as people were saying things that they were disgusted about her behavior, she decided to take it upon herself to go off on everybody and then beg to be a mod. By the way, she is a mod now. And then she started box hopping in awareness to get validation for what she did. Now, you all know that I don't believe in being mean, being nasty, bullying, talking about a person's looks or any deficiencies that they had. I don't believe in that. But I do believe in telling the truth. And I don't believe in coddling. And I don't believe in trauma bonding with a person who isn't making the decisions that they need to make for themselves. And instead of just, because this is the thing, initially it was, we're just worried about her son. We're just worried about her son. Well, her son isn't there anymore. So now what? What is your reason? And I don't know if you were in here, Fallon, but when I came on, I said to them that what made me late this morning was I saw that she was live. Because when I logged in, that's where it took me. And she was asleep snoring. And there were still 70 people in there listening to her phone in the dark, pointed to the ceiling while she snored. And I said to them, it is crazy. Like, what are you getting out of listening to a grown woman snore her alcohol off?
It's ridiculous. That is as bad as looking at the ceiling or when Kim is in the bathroom on the commode and they're gifting.
Right. What are you getting out of that?
Jeez.
Right. They're like, well, we don't agree with her treating her son poorly, but she gets on, and every single time, whether it's the morning, the night, the middle of the night, she is drunk. Now, yes, I know she has faced some trauma, according to her, because she lies so much. I'm not sure that I believe everything. Now, if you can't be honest that your son isn't there when we know he's not, mind you, she says her son is there. She calls her mother and says, they took my baby away and I just wish I could hug and kiss him. We heard the conversation. And then you turn around and come back to the phone and say he's in the bed. I heard her say that her husband was in the military overseas. She doesn't even have a husband. She told some people her boyfriend is a cop. A cop is going to put up with that? Her name is Patsy. I don't know if that's her real name, but that's what everybody calls her, Patsy.
She lies so much,
Christine.
who knows?
Christine is someone who has decided that she wants to be her savior. It is giving me Kim vibes. I want to seem like I'm on the forefront of this. I want everybody to know that I'm the person that's doing this, while the whole time she has no intention on getting help. Oh, her real name is Elizabeth. The Nick's name is Patsy. Okay, yeah, her supermod. Why do people covet that position so hard? For someone, and again, she's not a scammer. She hasn't asked for a dime. Where she is getting all of her money from, I do not know, because she certainly doesn't work. But if she can afford $140 DoorDash, most of which is alcohol, where are you getting that from? Her son gets a check. Okay. Yeah, because he has a medical deficiency. Yep. What? Let me see how many people are in here. There are 341 people in here. Now it's 348. Mind you, she must have the phone turned over because it is just a black screen. Hey, Tech, honey. And by the way, you're always welcome in a box. And people are begging to be made mods so they can get rid of the haters. Miss Lisa, some people get muted because they do too much. I don't mind if people disagree with me. I don't mind if people have an opinion. But when you come in here to do too much, they're going to mute you. People know. I have only started blocking recently because people have tried to use my account to take out their vengeance on other people. And if that's what you want to do, click live and talk about it. But don't come here to do it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I came across him last night. The darkness. Nobody will disrespect this page or you will be blocked. Ooh, that scares me. My thing is this. Now we're up to 357. My thing is this. Her family knows she's an alcoholic because when she called her mother was like, "Oh, you're drunk." Like, what's up? The EMS, police, fire department know that she's an alcoholic. When they walked in yesterday afternoon, after she fell, hit her face, and her mouth was bleeding. Here we go again. We got a call. Do you want to go to the hospital? No? Okay. Maybe you should stay off the internet. Send me whoever you're looking for me to watch. Someone just said, questions should be asked. I was blocked and I was respectful. Yeah, I got to be on the lookout. I got a couple of them, child. I'm not going to bring them up just yet. But I have a couple of bolos in the notebook there. Oh, thank you for joining the team. I appreciate it. Y'all gotta be for real. Now it's almost 10:30. I want to give any of the 169 people in here an opportunity to come up. That's what open mic is. I do my talking and then the floor is open. It's funny, whenever I say it's open mic, and open mic is going to be every Friday. Every Friday is going to be open mic. Y'all don't got nothing to say. But when I'm not having people come up, I'm sorry, but Kiki is live on Facebook begging for rent money. Oh, Bess is live on Clapper. Oh my, see, y'all understand why I can't go live every day? I wouldn't be able to watch and go live. Everybody is live right now. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Everybody who might be new here should understand that the likes are for protecting the live and letting people know we're here. I don't care what the end up number is. It's just to protect the live. The gifts, I do not cash them out. I recharge them and I give them to other people who are doing the good work. Oh, thank you. That's beautiful. And joining the team lets me know and lets TikTok know that I am bringing value. I also feel like that about the gifts. It is just letting me know that you appreciate what I do. That's it. That's it. That's all. Thank you so much. How do big creators catch so many lives in a day to repost when they are live all at once? There are actual apps that you can do a little bit of coding and you can automatically record a live. I learned that yesterday. Yeah, multiple devices. Literally, I took a picture. I have my iPad, my one phone, and my other phone all on at the same time because so many people were live. Hope TikTok doesn't show up on my TV because that'll be on too. Oh, yeah. And if I turned on the computer, that would be 4. And what's sickening is I have enough accounts to literally have them all on different accounts because digital gets blocked immediately. Well, if nobody is going to come up, I am certainly prepared to end things. But before I go, oh, we got somebody come up.
I just had to come up and do the open mic. That's all. And thank you for giving me the space and for giving it to other people.
Oh,
One of the
thank
better
you.
ones, for sure.
I appreciate that. You do amazing work.
I just doing me. That's all.
And you
You're doing
don't
you.
have to.
Yeah. But that's all. Team member.
Thank you. Thank you. Love you, honey.
Bye.
Hey, fuck it.
Hey girl, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Y'all don't forget to donate to Beth and Devin. They need internet service. I don't know if you count that yesterday. That was hilarious.
I did not. I tend not to watch her because she angers me because when I first started watching her, she was rapping and using the N-word and I was like, don't do that. Don't do that. And then she changed the music. But she irks me.
And she irks
I
me too.
can't watch Lori and I can't watch her.
It's like driving past a car wreck. Like you can't not watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. I get it. And the way they treat the dogs irks me too. I love you
I,
too, Dory. I
I'm just
appreciate it.
glad to see her money train slowing down.
Yes.
Thanks to people like you.
Thank you. Hey, Digital, can I say something but not on the mic? Of course you can. Oh, I just sent somebody an invitation. You don't have to accept it. I'm sorry. It was a mistake. I put on nails trying to be sexy for, CJ. And now every time I touch something, it's in the way.
Yeah, they came on yesterday saying they needed $20 because their internet was bad and they had to buy more internet. So I just found
Let
it
me tell you
humorous.
something. I'm surprised they weren't saying we need gardening supplies. And this is what's funny. To tell you how innocent I was in the beginning, I was like, they're moving into a camper. Why would they need gardening supplies?
You thought they
Had
were buying tomato
no
seeds?
idea.
Thought they
That
were
was in
buying
my
tomato
innocent
seeds.
days. Okay, oh Brandy, my daughter has been friends with and dated a boy that I've heard you speak about. Who, Wrench? Wait, who was the other young lady that wanted to ask a question but didn't want to come up? It's open mic, y'all. You do not have to turn. Oh, let me say one other thing. Somebody in my comments the other day, come up then, Brandy. You are welcome. Kira, do not start, please. Somebody the other day said, like, I love your lives. Can we get a face shot or something like that? Let me explain why I don't. A, because people who don't like what I do would love to dox me. But that's not where it started. Because I'm not afraid. Oh, I'll invite you, Brandy. Mm, why isn't it giving
Well,
me?
let me tell you, you don't owe anybody an explanation for anything digital.
I know, but I just want to say it. I don't show my face. I made the decision at the beginning not to show my face.
Should have. At times, I'm just too nice because I don't
You
want
are. I
anyone.
was about to say, what you mean? Let me say this, Brandy. Have you heard of All for One?
No, I have not.
Okay. It's literally ALL, the number four, and then the word one. In his account is a link tree.
Okay.
When I tell you that if you could think of it, it is in his link tree, it is for the entire country. If there is something that you need, he probably has a link for it. And if he doesn't, and you speak to him, he will go research it and try to find resources. Now, he did say that resources are getting tight,
All
but
right.
go look at his link tree and see if there is. Oh, Trollovision is in your bio too. Okay, you see Trollovision down there?
Yes. Uh huh.
You can go to hers. She has it in her bio as well. Go there and see if there are any resources there that you may need and try to figure it out. Now, I know Trollovision, I know All for One will sit with you and they will help you with whatever you may need. And I've followed you. If you have a question about something and you want to ask me, you are absolutely invited to DM me, and I
Okay.
will do anything in my power to help.
So I hate to be the one to come in and jump and sound like, big sister, but with Trollovision and CJ and All for One and the resources that they gave you, if you guys can comment a heart so you can make sure you're following them. Brandy, I get concerned when the amount of information that's coming out on here, your location and things like that. I
Um,
get very nervous with the things that are going on in today's TikTok world, especially with some of the names that have been brought up recently. So in protection of you, because you are doing the right things, you are on the right track. You have connected with the right people. We want to make sure that you get the right information and the help that you deserve. And the key word here is the word that you deserve, because you're actually seeking for it and you're doing it the right way. And I can't appreciate you enough. I'm glad that the universe and the good Lord has brought you to Digital Deceivers, to Fuck It, to everybody here. We will be more than glad to help you. I just want to look out for you and protection of you, for anything going forward. I hope that you
Mm.
understand.
Oh yeah, honestly, I wasn't even thinking about like what, I was talking about my area and stuff like that. Because like I said, I never get on here like this, so you can
And
tell I'm a new
Trollovision
one.
and CJ have just commented heart, so please make sure you follow them. Reach out
Okay.
to any of us, especially Digital Deceivers, but Fuck It in the Box, Trollovision, All for One, CJ. They will get you in good hands. The hardest part is already over. You're here. We know who you are, and we know that you're doing the right thing for you and your family. So thank you
Well, I
for being
appreciate
here.
it, and honestly, and I'm sorry if I start crying, but and I don't mean to sound like this. It feels good to be able to feel like I have support
We will support you.
because my own family don't support me. They don't try to help me or even tell me I'm doing the right thing.
You're doing
So
the right thing.
I, I
So
greatly appreciate it.
I want you to put your big girl pants on, get in front of a computer, and go file today.
I will. And like I
Okay.
said, I'm sorry for crying, but
It's okay.
this has been extremely hard to go from having a home and being kicked out in 24-hour period and not being able to get back in to get any of my daughter's things or my things. My clothes are in the trunk of my car because I've had to, like I said, sleep in my car at times.
Mm-hmm.
And and I have felt alone. And
Well, you're
I
not
want to
alone
thank y'all
anymore.
for just listening to me
No, you're
Sometimes
absolutely
that's
not
all
alone.
you need.
and just all y'all that believe in God or even just good vibes will be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. And I appreciate that you came up. I really do. Because it's not easy. It is not easy to come up and kind of bare your soul. But Fallon is right. I should have stopped you. But I was so interested in hearing what you had to say. Kira, walk away. Um, but yes, you will have people to support you, okay?
Well,
You don't
thank
have to
y'all so
feel
much.
alone.
And I know I've like jabbered and everything to move in with him.
Brandy,
Mm-hmm.
Brandy, I'm gonna stop you because the whole internet doesn't need to know your business.
Okay. Sorry.
No, no, no. You don't have to say sorry. But this is the thing. So I take my lives and then I post them on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So then if anybody sees it on YouTube, they're going to know your whole story. Thank you for
Yeah.
gifting her, guys. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank
So
y'all. Thank you very much. I've never had that. Thank you.
so you'll be able to it now understand TikTok is going to take half of it, but then you
Okay.
can actually add it to your PayPal account and take it. And even if it's enough to get a cup of coffee, or if it's enough to put $3 worth of gas in your car, it's a benefit.
Oh, yeah,
And the people
definitely.
in this community are loving. I know
Well, I
people like to
appreciate
think
all
that
of
we're
y'all.
not, but we are. We don't want to see anybody come to harm. We don't want to see anybody out on the street. We just want people to do it the right way and stop taking advantage of others. So I'm
Absolutely.
gonna drop you down just in case anybody else wants to come up before
Okay.
I end the
Oh,
live.
thanks everybody. Thank you, Digital. Anybody that wants to add me, and I'll keep people posted what's going on.
Okay, honey.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, fuck it too. and
Yeah,
Fallon, and
always.
anybody else who came up to say kind words to her. Because sometimes that's all you need.
We're not as mean and hateful as everybody acts like we are.
Right. Just because I talk about somebody and their nonsense doesn't mean that I don't care about them as an individual. I do. I'm actually very caring. I might not sound like it, but I am. Does anybody else want to come up before I end the live? Because we're almost at 20 after 11. Lord have mercy. Going once, going twice. Okay. So I did this little thing. I know today is everybody's, I call it Love Day. Whether you are single, married, in a relationship, love on yourself. Take this day, and I know we are often putting that love out to somebody else, to our children, to our family members, to our significant other, to your TikTok husband. But love on yourself. Because you know, when you're on a plane and the mask, they tell you if the mask comes down, put it on yourself first before you help anybody else. Because if you're down, you can't help anybody around you. So please take a little time today, if it is 15 minutes, and do something, meditate, read something, touch some grass, hold your animal and just rub on it. Whatever it is, love on yourself a little bit today and do it every day. Even if it's writing down 5 things that you're grateful for. I write 5 things that I'm grateful for every day. 3 are general, 1 is what I thank God for, and 1 is what I thank myself for. And it is a reminder that even when I'm going through something, there are things that are positive in my life. And sometimes I'm appreciating that I woke up today, because sometimes I'm just having that bad of a day. I can't think of anything else. But then when I look back at my gratitude journal, I realize exactly how blessed I am. So everybody enjoy this day, love on yourself, hug your loved ones, because tomorrow is not promised. And I will either see you in the comments or I will see you Monday morning, 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And make sure you follow my backup account and my YouTube channel, and you'll be able to catch it all again if you missed some of it or you just want to hear it again.
Have a great day, Digital. Have a good weekend, girl.
Thank you. You too. And I wish that for everybody else. Have a good day, everyone.
I'll see you guys around. Y'all have a good weekend.
No problem, Brandy.